Alright, let's continue some Amerzone, the Explorer's Legacy today. We're on day 3 of our playthrough. Let's have some more adventures. See where we left off? 48%. Oh yeah, we were actually correct about that we were around halfway through the game. 48%. A good guess. So we might finish it depending how it goes today, maybe tomorrow? I mean, there's a possibility. Depending how long this stuff goes. Yeah, we finished chapter 2. And we got into chapter 3 and we did some stuff there. We were like halfway through it, I'm guessing. I don't even know. So, yeah. Continue. One last stop before starting my long trek up the Amazon River. Once a bustling trading post, today Fort Puebla is nothing more than a ghost town, haunted by distant memories. Chapter 3. Okay, so I did save here after we got out of that prison. So we did not check upstairs there. No, we didn't check there yet. We were about to though. Um, let's check what's in there. Oh, we got a guard's key. Kowski key, roper hook, guard's key. Oh, a jerry can. Oh, look at that. How nice. Items collected and added to your inventory. Soldier's jerry can. Full of gasoline. With the compliments of the Amerzone army. Nice. So we have to enter the church. That's the main thing. So we got a key. Machine again. So we picked up something. Oh yeah, all my gear. My other stuff that we lost. Like the machete and our return ticket. Yeah, we have like a whole bunch of things here left to do, of course. Local investigations about this place here and the people of Amerzone, religions and the village. Okay. Let's go in this building because last time we went actually in there, but we stopped. School book. In 1934, the great General Alvarez liberated Amerzone, a new government that was put in place to fight against corruption and traitors. The general was immediately elected president of Amerzone by a great majority. The Age of Progress began. In 1938, President Alvarez solemnly reaffirmed his sovereignty over Amerzone. In 1954, 52 is wrong. President Alvarez signed a trade agreement with the United States. Oh, there's actually no info or anything? Birds? They will be back. Hmm. Child's drawing. Thank you for your help. Um, what? Lizard man? This is the egg. New material relevant to a distant silhouette. Letter from the parent of a pupil. Dear father, so the teacher only lasted 2 months. That has to be a record. I don't know what would have become of us if you hadn't filled in for him. Still, we have to face facts. With the waves of people leaving due to the shortages and those damn trigger-happy soldiers, Puebla is doomed, and I don't have the strength left to watch the village die. So I'm leaving, father. My cousin is coming to get us, the kids and me, to take us to his place in Progreso. It's not exactly paradise there, far from it. But at this stage, all I'm dreaming of is being able to spend just one day not worrying about finding roaches in my flour, or having to wash my children in the river because the pipes are full of rust. So I'll be leaving Puebla but with a heavy heart. I was born and grew up in this village. It's in my heart and soul. All my thanks to you. F. Dominguez. What's this one? Antonio Alvarez, supreme leader of the nation, liberator of the people, the sincerity of progress against the duplicity of dreams. You know, he should have closed his mouth, at least. There's a letter here. Letter from the mayor of Puebla. My friend, here it is, the end of Puebla. The last bus leaves tomorrow, with a few remaining townspeople and myself on board. After we leave, you will officially be the last inhabitant of Puebla. There's a seat on the bus reserved for you, but I already know that nothing could convince you to abandon Puebla. It saddens me. I am losing a good friend and an excellent chess opponent. Let me give you one last piece of advice before I leave. Watch out for the soldiers. It is not like those white birds you let the children draw on a chalkboard. Not one bit. Your tolerance over these last years does you a disservice. You are supposed to fight those pagan superstitions, not encourage them. Remember to drop me a line from time to time and take care of yourself. D. Reyes. Yes, and for the last time, E4, D5 opening, my friend. E4, D5. The globe? Hmm. I wonder if this is like towards the Makowski, his letter. Because he's the only one left. Well, that didn't do anything. Well, that's a chest thing, I guess, but I thought it was like something for, to open something. Let's see. What do we have? Indigenous people of Amerzone. Some more information. Correspondence between Amazonians. Correspondence I found between the residents of the Old Puebla trading post shows just how far Antonio Alvarez's regime will go to erase even the most harmless indigenous symbols. These symbols are important to many Amazone's citizens, particularly those descended from the Ovovalajos tribe. A ghost village. Let's see. Exodus. Letters between Puebla's former residents revealed that the old trading post was deserted after it was repeatedly hit with severe shortages under Antonio Alvarez's regime. Um, so we got like a distant silhouette thing here. The woman in the jungle. Okay, so we found everything about the silhouette person in this place. This is found elsewhere. The rest. Some inhabitants of Puebla and the surrounding areas seemed convinced of the apparently benign presence of mysterious a woman living in the jungle. The one we saw, most likely, in the beginning. This game looks so good. I'm guessing that's to go down. You have an open door here. Ah, this is where the dude lives. My main objective is the church, right? Yeah. Letter from a concerned father. Puebla 1991. Father, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your prayers and support through the sickness of our little Gisela. Sadly, her health is not improving. To tell you the truth, I'm starting to lose hope. And though it is, of course, perfectly understandable, my wife's distress, God bless her, is not helping matters. In her desperation, she has brought out one of her pagan idols, a white bird left to her by her mother. I know that it is a sin, but I'm almost glad that the old woman is no longer of this world. Who knows what strange remedies she would have made my poor daughter gulp down. Father, you have some influence over my wife's state of mind. Beseech you, try to persuade her to let go of her heathen charms once and for all. They are just making matters worse. All I want is for her to share my fate and our supreme leader. Hasn't he promised that a convoy of humanitarian aid has left from Alvarezopolis, crossing the jungle to Puebla shouldn't take more than a day on the railroad. Uh, Gisela's medication will be here soon. I can feel it. I keep my faith in God and our supreme leader. God bless you, Father. I think that's the grave we saw. No, because we saw like a bird, white bird, like one a stuffed animal. Hmm. Wait, I came from there. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. The Scarlet Draft. Reverend Father Mikowski. Uh, your grace, your praise touches my heart, especially in these tumultuous times. Should be aware, however, that for many years now I have harbored doubts about the merit of the mission, which has been entrusted to me. You know, the love that I held for fate and for God Almighty, and that I could not imagine a greater vocation than to bring our message to these savage, distant lands. But your grace, what is the sense of love of the Almighty when the worst of atrocities are committed in His name? How can I continue to preach a message of love and kindness to soldiers whom we encourage to massacre all those who oppose them indiscriminately? Day after day, Amerzone descends further into violence and chaos. You rejoice in Alvarez's rise to power because he himself was a member of our flock. The devil takes on many disguises to deceive the heart, Your Grace. Do not think I write these words lightly, far from it. It pains me to describe in these terms a man I had thought was my friend, a man I had believed to be righteous and virtuous, driven by a wish to do good in the world around him. My friendship with him has prevented me for many years from seeing how much his brilliant, exalted soul has been corrupted by power. But it is time for me to stop deceiving myself. So with this letter, I give you my text ends here. Well, no info at all. What is this? What is this puzzly thing? I need an item for this. I want to bet the disc is in there. Letter from. Let's see. The other one. I don't even want to pronounce this. His first name. Juan Mendez seemed to support the march towards progress begun by the Amazonian dictator. He said it represented the only hope of putting an end to the severe shortages that caused the illness of his young daughter Gisela. Mr. Mendez's wife did not share his convictions. She appears to have maintained close ties to her indigenous family's community, which has suffered vicious repression under Alvarez's regime. Yeah, see, like the I knew it was something like that. And the thing we found, the letter was like showed something about that. They have like one more thing for that. Ghost Village, medicine shortages. Found a heartbreaking letter written in times of severe shortages from a father in Pueblo who was desperately awaiting news of a medicine delivery that could save his sick daughter's life. I heard something in the bar before. Oh yeah, look at that. There's a dude here.
God, give me strength. I knew we should have waited for Lieutenant Campos. Bernardus kept pushing me. I should have refused. The priest. I didn't mean to.
Did you kill him? Did you kill Mikowski?
It was an accident. Just an accident.
I mean, I got into the church and they caught me. And, well, it switched right into the cell. They put me in.
What have I done?
We didn't hear anything like, you know, besides that.
It was an accident.
I guess we're run out of dialogue.
Just an accident. The priest. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I ran out of dialogue. Here, have some rum. You know, we read that one before. Anything else around here? Hey, before we enter the church. Wait. Okay. So you can like look around when you're zoomed in, but I don't think there's much. It doesn't look like there's any radio message. Shows a red light, so you guys will go to the church. It is locked. And there's a hole. Follow the tracks. Look where the blood is coming from through the hole in the church. Okay. What do we have in our inventory? Let's check. Robert hook. Key. Yeah, we cannot enter the church. I forgot there was like a thing for the well here. We can put the hook on that thing. Maybe we go through the well. Climb down the well. Robert hook. That was very jittery. That climbing animation. Well, down we go, I guess. Huh. Well. What's that? Here, I have a machete. We need something for this. There's no sound effect for the lighter. How dare. Let's back down. What's that? Oh, that's the ladder. Wait, what? Oh. Contraband manifests. 1932 orders deliveries. Puebla, Florida. 3 to Florida and 1 to Louisiana. Tequila, 5 cases. Rum, 7 cases. And 2 more for tequila and 4 for rum. Like basically, it's like all tequila and rum. Towards Florida and Louisiana. Investigation completed. The smuggler's legacy. Oh, that's like the long-term investigation, which was On Shipwreck Island, we found something as well for that. Let's see. Old contraband manifest. While searching the tunnels underneath the old well in Puebla, I discovered that they had been used during American Prohibition in the early 20th century, when Central America served both as a secret base and a place for making bootleg alcohol. Let's see. The smuggler's legacy. Despite their different histories and culture, it's generally believed that, like Batista's Cuba, Amerzone also served as a base for the US mafia in the early 20th century, particularly in terms of running casinos in its capital city. Same went for alcohol smuggling, especially rum, smuggling of which during Prohibition had filled the pockets of famous bootleggers and mafia organizations who controlled the distribution networks. As I explored the old Pueblo trading post, I stumbled across an old cache of contraband dating from this secretive period. It seemed the traffickers had taken over the secret tunnels first created by the colonists. When Puebla was still a fort used by Portuguese conquistadors keen to maintain escape routes during colonial wars. An old cache. Where was that? I saw with my own eyes just how far that alcohol smuggling had spread when I explored the neighboring Shipwreck Island. But according to an old manifest I found in the tunnels under the Puebla, deliveries of this black market alcohol were mainly destined for the United States, specifically Florida, a center for black market activity during Prohibition. Prohibition came to an end shortly before Antonio Alvarez came to power in Amerzone. It is interesting to note that while the rise of the Castro regime in Cuba in the 50s was severely detrimental to mafia interests, it was not the same with Alvarez in Amerzone. That's a whole other story. Exactly. I love finding things like this. All this alcohol left behind. Well, let's go up.
They accused me of letting you into the fort. I think it's time for me to give account of my mistakes before God.
I bear no grudges against those soldiers, you know. I forgive them. It's the least a priest can do before dying. Don't delude yourself. It's not by taking the egg back to where it came from that you are miraculously going to save this country. It may do some good anyway. I hope so. People need something to believe in, to hope in, you know.
I must find a way to open it. Let's see what we can find in the church, I guess. Or Makowski. Excerpt from Amerzone's official gazette. Decree from President Alvarez published in Amerzone's official gazette on May 27, 1936. It establishes the Church, the redeeming and civilizing, as the official state religion while banning any and all pagan religions in the name of unifying this glorious country under one and the same banner, that of modernity. And the salvation all Amerzone inhabitants' souls. Jesus, follow me, read the cross. Oh. That's where the ladder is. Whoops. Back up you go. They put the tunnel entrance there. I forgot it was actually this place. I thought it was just, you know, checking out some stuff here. No. It goes down. We go down. Anything else around here? Other than this ledge? Some stuff around on the side. Follow the gaze of Jesus. Oh, there's a key. Hidden key. Father Makowski went to the trouble of hiding the key. What could it possibly open? I mean, maybe the thing that's like right in front of us as well. The little box with the keyhole. There's a fast travel map here. Of course there is. Like, as it's not really needed anymore now. Let's see. An excerpt of of an article from Amerzone's official gazette that establishes the Church of Amerzone as Amerzone's official state religion. Seen this a few times, that woman. Like a vision. For whatever reason. It says parish register. 35 baptisms, marriages and deaths. January 21st, baptism of Rosa Diaz, daughter of Joa Diaz and Maria Diaz and Santos. March 6th, marriage of Felipe and Isabella Munoz. Perez. June 12th, death of Vitor Garcia, pneumonia. June 28th, baptism of Antonio. Let's see. September 3rd, death of Pedro Henrique, yellow fever. Death of Luisa Perez, yellow fever. September 18th, death of Yakumani, surname unknown. Was this crossed out here? Oops. October 24th, marriage of Miguel Perez and Ana Carolina Perez. November 16th, baptism of Javier. Death of Rosa Diaz, tuberculosis. Baptism in January, deaths in December. Are the same. Investigation completed. Hmm. So we completed these long-term investigations, but there's like four more things here we need to find. Let's see. A parish register I found in Puebla helped me date Ekumani's death to shortly after Valenbois left Amerzone, when he stole the great white bird egg, but the cause of the young woman's death remains open to interpretation. Article: Ekumani Valenbois' long-lost love. According to the letter he left me, Alexander Valenbois undertook an expedition to Amerzone in the 1930s and was taken in by the Ovovalajos, a native tribe who saved his life. This is where he met the young Ekumani, who would become the love of his life and his greatest regret. When his guide abandoned him deep in the Amazon jungle in the 1930s, the young Alexander Valenbois was welcomed into the Ovovalajos village at the foot of the Great Falls of the Amazon River. Sick and severely weakened, he was entrusted to the care of a young tribe member, Ekumani. They fell in love, and Valenbois seemed to have decided to stay with the young woman and her tribe permanently, until he discovered that the Ekumani and her tribe held secrets that could advance his career as a researcher. His old dreams of glory rekindled. He betrayed the tribe, stealing an item of priceless value to their beliefs and leaving Ekumani and her broken heart behind. When he returned to Europe, no one believed Valenbois' tales. He became the laughingstock of the scientific community, an ironic twist of fate, which drove the old professor to retreat to his lighthouse, accompanied only by old portraits of Ekumani and the specter of the happy life they could have had if he had only been able to put his pride aside. Based on what I found in the village of Puebla, Ekumani died shortly after Valenbois left. Father Mikowski affirmed that she died of a broken heart. The register in his church indicates that she may have died from birth complications, though this had been crossed out later. Deliberate or a simple error? I suppose we'll never know. So we got like an article about Ekumani now as well. His long lost love and the smuggler's legacy. Got like a whole bunch. Let's see. Let's see what is this. Hidden key. Can I open it? Oh, here. Oh. Take the contents of the chest hidden in the tabernacle. There's a letter here. Letter from the bishop of Amerzone. 25th of July 1934. My son, I received your letter dated September 10th yesterday. I suppose it must have got here by mule through the jungle. Undoubtedly, this country needs to be developed, and I pray to God that he help the new President Alvarez, who I am told is a friend of yours. In his monumental task, I have heard that he has a very austere idea of authority and power, and he intends to use it to steer Amazon Manu Militari towards the shores of modernity. There's 2 pages. The ways of the Lord, as we know, my son, are inscrutable, so you must believe that it is not without reason that the Lord has laid his hand upon the shoulders of your friend Antonio Alvarez, that he may lift this country out of the mire in which it has been stagnating all too long. We will help him, of course, in our way by remaining steadfast, continuing with our evangelizing, civilizing mission among the primitive Indians throughout the jungle and the mountains. On the subject, I exhort you, my son, to fight with the greatest determination the pagan beliefs that have encumbered the minds of these savages. The mythological fabrications of those unlikely white birds and the rituals associated with them only help to keep the natives from the ways of the Lord. I believe that this gentleman Valanois does us great disservice by lending credence to the legend. You would be well advised, my son, to stay away from that man, who will not fail, I am sure, to become the laughing stock with the scientific community upon his return to Europe. I bless you, my son. So, this guy knew he was gonna be, like, he was gonna fail, like Valanois. The bishop. Investigation complete. The Church of Amerzone, a state religion. A letter I found in the church at the old Puebla trading post. It was written by the Bishop of Amerzone in the 1940s and proved that the local church fully supported the rise of Antonio Alvarez's regime. Let's read the article. Unsurprisingly, my exploration of Puebla and its surroundings revealed a now impossible coexistence of indigenous Amazonian beliefs and the Church of Amazon that Antonio Alvarez had declared to be the country's official state religion. The Church of Amazon was probably founded in the 18th century by European colonists. With its sadly classic paternalistic vision, this faith seems to have supported the various landowning oligarchies that were in power in Amazon, yet it failed to supplant the indigenous beliefs that still resided in the hearts of many Amazonians. That is until the rise of Antonio Alvarez, whose coup d'etat and totalitarian dictatorship were enthusiastically supported by the church in the 1940s. His loyalty cemented the institution's status as the official state religion. Antonio Alvarez was, after all, a devoted follower, and his obsessive quest to bring modernity to his country was seen as an opportunity by the church. They were able to take advantage of the culture war waged by the dictator against the native peoples, who were deemed a barrier to progress, to replace their beliefs in an attempt to dominate the people on a spiritual level. And that's another article done. We got like a lot of articles. Like this. What's this? Obtain the contents. We still have like a log box in the Makowski's home. Numbers? Maybe it's like a year. There is a register thing. 1935. Probably not. If it's gonna be that, I don't even know. I'm guessing these are, yeah, these are the numbers. Nope. Huh. What can it be? Was there anything in this letter? I wonder if it was like a year. Actually, let's try something. Nope. I mean, it's 4 numbers, so. Has to be something. I'm not just putting random numbers at this point, but I'm just looking at all, like, because there's like a thing here. You would think there's something in here. Maybe not. Hey, viewer, how are you? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing good. We're just puzzling. Puzzling. We just stumble upon a box with 4 numbers and trying to figure out where those numbers would be, where we could find them. I thought it was like just a year or something, or like a date. But probably wrong. Follow the gaze of Jesus. I forgot like there was like a thing. The sound changes when you look up. Decorative sword. But where did it come from? I'm gonna put some more light. That's what I'm gonna do. It's getting a bit dark, you know. Is it brute force hiking time? Not yet. Or maybe you just got on the box, so it's like we. So we got like a sword for whatever reason. What can we use that sword for? You know, we've been there before though. In this bar. Oh, now he's intractable. We interact with this guy before. I mean, we could, we're just listening to him. But that's it. Nothing else. Mm. Um, what I was gonna do was going up this building here. Because I checked this before. And there was like another box. But there was a keyhole. And I didn't have any key. For the box. No. Still nothing. Hey, Ras. How are you? How are you doing? You're doing good? He just ran into that building. Oh, the sword. I know what to use it. How goes Amerzone? Ah, it's going great, you know. We finished a bunch of articles and found new stuff. Now, like Portuguese, yeah. Plenty of things. We went down the well to get into the church. And we got the sword. Makowski got killed by the soldiers. Because it said follow the gaze of Jesus. I was like, wait. We have a sword. And, you know, following things and maybe we'll find... There's like a tunnel here. Maybe we'll find some information. To open the box. There's a lot of things here. Searched. NSTR. Medical provisions. Brown rice. Note from an inhabitant of Puebla. Douglas, those Alvarez-Apollo's dogs must have helped themselves while unloading at the airport. The supplies we were hoping for were put into the train crates. They must be having their black market heyday by now. The collapse of the railway bridge, we lost our only source of provisions. Without the humanitarian aid, we won't hold out long enough to rebuild it. We have to face facts, Douglas. This is the end of Puebla. Investigation completed. Oh, we have multiple complete. Cargo manifest. Departure from loading bay. April 91, arrival for unloading. Oh, that's not April, it's January. Is the American way. I hate that stuff. This is European developer. You know? I never understood like the way, like what, why do you guys in America put the month first? I never understood that. To me, but there's probably more countries that do that. I don't know that one. To me, day, month, year makes sense. Dropping into lurker mode. Alright, no worries, Raz. Appreciate the lurk. Appreciate the lurk. Let's see what do we got here. Cargo description. Food aid. Load origin Miami, United States. Loading bay. Transfer. Amerzone site. Okay. There's not. Contents of food aid parcel. Nails. Provisions were stolen and currently replaced with scrap metal. Hmm. Robby completed. Gisela Mendez, an everyday martyr. And we got the deadly soldiers as well complete. Nice. For months, Antonio Alvarez's regime had been announcing with great fanfare the imminent arrival of international humanitarian aid in Puebla. I discovered, however, that this aid had actually been hijacked en route, almost certainly while being transferred to Alvarezopolis, the capital city, yet more evidence of the regime's endemic corruption. As I explored the former trading post at Puebla Amerzone, I discovered the tragic fate of one of its young inhabitants, little Gisela Mendez, an eye-opening story which im- implicitly exposed the ravages and internal contradictions of Antonio Alvarez's dictatorial regime. Little Gisela Mendez was ill. Supply shortages, a lack of access to healthcare, major shortfalls which her father um, Tao, something like that. Probably butchered that name. Fervent supporter of the regime seemed convinced with the superior thanks to the dictatorship's enforced march towards progress. Toa's wife did not share his conviction, drawn instead towards the traditions of her native heritage, the very one that Antonio Alvarez had been bent on wiping out ever since he came to power. Investigations revealed that someone likely close to the regime had been hijacking the humanitarian and distant aid destined for Puebla for their own profit. That food and medicine could have saved little Gisela's life, but she was left to join the tragic cohort of the regime's everyday martyrs. All that remains of the young girl is a poorly kept grave in Puebla's cemetery, with a stuffed toy of an Amazonian white bird sitting on top of it, forlorn. It is a haunting image. Was it Gisela's mother who left the forbidden symbol in honor of their native origins? Or was it instead the symbol of Gisela's father's di- disillusionment? Words. A bitter incitement against the regime he had believed in, and which ultimately stole his daughter from him with such cruel indifference. Hmm. Deadly shortages. Antonio Alvarez's regime seems to have promised to share with Puebla a large amount of humanitarian aid sent to the country to alleviate the numerous shortages. Unfortunately, this aid went missing somewhere along the way, almost certainly falling victim to the endemic corruption infecting the country. Let's see. Article. Once a stronghold of the European conquistadors, then a flourishing trading post, Fort Puebla has a rich history. It is strategically important, owing both to its location on the banks of the Amazon River and to its proximity to the country's maritime border with the Atlantic Ocean. But when I arrived, I found nothing more than a ghost town. The last inhabitant was the Reverend Father David Mikowski, one of Valamwa's traveling companions during his expedition to Amerzone more than 60 years ago. Now an old man living in seclusion with his guild, he no longer had the energy to maintain the village in any way. The reason for its desolation was hopelessly simple. The economic policies of Antonio Alvarez's regime caused multiple shortages of food and medication in Amerzone. Puebla's inhabitants, no doubt, like others in the country, were short of everything. They were gradually forced to leave en masse, usually for Alvarezopolis, the capital city which was already bursting at the seams. They hoped that being closer to the circles of power might mean better access to basic resources. The tragic outcome was that many of Puebla's most residents seemed to have waited to the bitter end for the arrival of the international aid, which Amazon's authorities had promised to share with them, only to discover that it had been replaced with useless pieces of scrap metal. Someone had helped themselves to the contents almost certainly as it passed through Alvarezopolis, and this thus doomed the village of Puebla once and for all. A lot of shit happened in this place since the dude came in power, like his companion. I guess we're going up. Why is my camera so dark? Let's reset this. Okay. Oh, we're here. Well, it did say follow the gaze of Jesus, or whatever it said. And we have like these are like these are only 3 numbers. The other like these like you would think okay it's maybe you have one of these numbers, but there's only 3 of them. Unless that's supposed to be a 0 in between maybe or something, I don't know. Or before that, who the hell knows? Because we've seen like things before. I don't think there was anything left there. Maybe, I don't know. I've seen like stuff like this before, like verses. Like there are like 2 of them. I mean, I don't even know what the numbers were anymore. What if I do it with that, like, with the the Yukumani or what's her name? No, it doesn't work either. Where did I see the other verse? I swear I've seen it somewhere. So yeah, we used the sword to get down in that area, but I don't understand. Was that a clue in there or something? In that book? Or has to be something. Now I forgot the other thing where I've seen it. Oh yeah, here. See, these are all 3 numbers though. That's not really helping anything. I wonder if it's like one of those things. Or I'm just not seeing it where in the church itself where it's supposed to be. What if it's like one of the letters that I've gotten? But it's like not easy to find those things. Because you have to go through the whole thing. Also, why do I end up in this place, you know? The other one was like 119. Still doesn't make any sense though, if it's like one of these. Because I need 4 numbers. See? This box is weird. What is it? What is this supposed to be? Must be hidden here somewhere in the church. Oh, it says so here. In the church, but I don't see it. I don't see it. Where's the numbers? I don't see any numbers. Maybe it's like in like my first thought, like there. Is there numbers here? I don't see any numbers here. What? I mean, if it's in the church, I don't have to go outside. Is that my guess? You know? But if I have to, then it's a lot of bullshit in that thing there. Maybe it's in here or something? I don't even know. I tried like different dates as well. Which I thought it was gonna be. But then again, like, is it, if it's a date, is it like a month first? Because that's the stupid part about these things. If the whole world would use the same system, that would make life so much easier. Why does that make a different sound? So weird. Well, I tried this already. See these dates, you know? I don't think it's a date. I mean, like... I mean, the objective says it's in the church. So I have to look in the church, my guess? If it's outside somewhere, I don't know where it could be. Hold up a second. What did the letter... Like, there's something in here, like this letter. What does it say here? Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, maybe it's not tough at all. But to me, it's tough. Doesn't make any sense. Usually it's like very obvious. Okay, through 4 numbers, find something like, you know, with numbers or a date, whatever. None of them work, or unless I'm just putting in the wrong ones, I'm guessing. But the fact that it's like, what, like, is it the month first? And I'm guessing it automatically like clicks open when you have it. Is it try 0, 9, 10? Think so? I think I did. Tried so many things. I don't even know. 0, 9, 10. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. No. Nope. I mean, just try and reverse. So that doesn't work. So it's not that. I still wonder if it's like one of these things here on the, unless it's something in this church that I haven't seen yet. That I'm just overlooked. My hands. Is that numbers? I'm just... This point is just overthinking it. Or just not seeing it. There's a date here too, May 27th, 1936. I mean, I'm just trying all the numbers at this point. I'll be fine. May 26th. Nope. What am I not seeing? And why are those things making different sounds? Like it happens there too. Well, there is a hint system. If you click the question marks. But I don't wanna. I don't wanna use it. I wanna figure it out myself. And then again, it's a hint, but I don't wanna have the solution. I don't trust this thing. I would never trust these hint systems. Must be hidden here somewhere in the church. Well, I don't see it. If it's in the church, I don't see it. Wait a minute. No. Can it? Can it be? I just noticed something. It's like I'm looking at these statues because you know they're pointing at they're pointing in directions. See these things around it? Those? See these? Every statue has like a different amount of those little whatever those things are. So 3, 2. No. So that's 3, and there's another. That's 4. Yeah, 3, 3, 4. 3, 4, 2. 3, 4, 2, 4. No, wait. 3, 4, 3, 4, 2, and 6. I was like looking at these damn statues the whole time. I was like looking at like what like the thing was like because they were pointing at like different directions. I was like, there has to be something with the statues, and then I noticed it's the things around the statues. That was it. Especially when the objective says it has to be in the church. So I was like looking around the church, double checking the statues again. Was that was something I noticed at the beginning, early on, the statues. There had to be something with it. I didn't notice the other things around it, like the whatever, you know, these little like things around it, circles. I didn't notice that at the beginning until now. Wow. I wonder like how the other difficulty is on this puzzle. Like how easy it is or difficult. A strange disc. Carefully hidden by Father Mikowski, but why? This has to be on the other box that I've seen in his house. I'm guessing there was nothing else in there. Oh. Strange, this hasn't been added. That was like a weird thing. Okay. I thought it was like gonna be a date or something. To be honest. We tried so many numbers. Like all the numbers we've seen. And it was that simple looking at the statues. I still have stuff here for this. Still have another thing here as well. Yeah, so we need two more things here for the investigations. Yeah, dates written everywhere to throw you off. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you know, the whole time, like, followed the gaze of Jesus. That text, that bugged me the whole time too. And I looked at Jesus over here as well. I multiple times. And then I looked up, you know, to where he's looking. I looked at these statues and I'm like wondering, or like, what the fuck has it something to do with these statues? And then I just didn't bother anymore and looked at the dates, like like everywhere. And you know, I went back to these statues and then I noticed these things here around it. I never noticed these before. But yeah, I was on the correct. I was on the correct path though. Like the written text, follow the gaze of Jesus, looking at the painting, like the thing of Jesus, looking up and the statues. I was on the correct path there before. Well, let's put this thing in here. And music. Van Boss's letter to Mikowski. Dear David, you must be wondering what has motivated me to contact you after all these years of silence. So I'll come straight out with it. I intend to return to Amerzone, so try and put right what I can. You will see that I have sent a backup disk with this letter. It contains data that is essential for my trip, which I have sent to a number of trusted people like yourself, in case something happens to the original disk. I beg you, in the name of our old friendship, please protect this disk from Antonio and his lackeys until I get there. I look forward to seeing you again. Your old friend, Alexander Valamois. Airboat mode. Handy for continuing on the river. But we're missing stuff. We're missing... What are we missing? The indigenous people of Amerzone. What are we missing? And this one too. Or was it this one? Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. Real quick bathroom break, so be back in a minute. All right, we're back. Was that anything here? Yeah, that's the ladder. We've read this as well. Maybe we have to like do like the look around on the edges or something. Because I don't want to leave. You know? I wonder if there's something on the radio. Oh.
Bernardus, you there? Barrows, do you copy?
Any news from them?
No, ma'am. And they won't pick up the radio either. Maybe they left already.
Or maybe they haven't arrived yet. You never know with Bernardus, especially if he's found some cachaça along the way.
So what should we do, ma'am?
We wait for Bernardus and Barrows to show up, and we keep our eyes open. The intruder may not be far.
Silva. Can I trust you to keep this between us?
Of course, ma'am.
Okay. Don't you think it's weird that President Alvarez, keeps going to the swamps?
I don't know. I mean, President Alvarez is a supreme leader. He can do whatever he wants.
Right. But he's visiting the swamps more and more often. What's in the swamps? You know what I mean?
I'm not sure I do.
You know what? Forget about it. It's probably nothing.
Well, if it's bugging you, it can't be nothing. I do think it's a little bit weird how obsessed he is by this intruder.
Exactly. Just what is it about this guy in particular? Shouldn't any intruder be a big problem?
Well, Presidente Alvarez is no spring chicken. Maybe, do you think he maybe could be getting senile?
I'm not sure about that. In his speeches, he seems like he's still all there.
But when you think about it, he did warn us that even one person crossing the border from the outside could create total chaos. And that we must protect our ideals and values. Maybe there's he was thinking about someone specific. Maybe there's something about the guy who crossed the border illegally today.
Well, I guess that intel's above our rank. Hey, Silva, promise me that you won't talk about this conversation with anyone, okay?
Of course. I would never do anything to betray your trust, Maria. Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
We need to refocus, Private.
Yes, ma'am.
New material.
What
So
the
let-
heck is that contraption anyway? It's a plane, it's a boat. What else can it do?
No idea, ma'am.
More
It
convo?
looks like it was put together by a committee.
But somehow it managed to cross our borders. We should probably blow it up, just to be sure.
While I appreciate your, initiative, we need to wait for instructions from my commanding officer.
You're right, ma'am.
And we still haven't located Bernardes and Barros. Let's give them a few more minutes.
Okay, so we got any info for this thing here. We didn't get this one here, though. I wonder what that is. Military gossip. Overheard the conversation between two Amerzone soldiers. They were discussing a rumor which claimed that Dictator Alvarez was paying regular visits to the Amerzone marshlands and whispering about whether he was of sound enough he was of sound enough mind to govern. So we got everything on the long-term stuff so far. Yeah, this is found elsewhere. Yeah. So this, we need to find this. Indigenous people of Amerzone. Like signs and stuff. Like majority, but what have we not seen? I mean, we did check an idealized image of Old Puebla back when it was still a thriving commercial hub. Bygone splendor. I know how to get out of here, by the way, but... I mean, I could look it up, but... So I don't miss anything. What was it called? Indigenous people of... Depiction of the white birds. Sign we have. Correspondence between it. Wait. Confession of a drunken soldier. Entered the bar after eliminating the guard. No, wait, that's different. No, wait, what? Correspondence between Amerzone, is that the one we listened to, no? Are you saying that drunk dude? We did go in there though. Like when we heard the sound, we went in there. We like clicked the dude like constantly, like. Is that supposed to be? a thing. But that's bullshit because I didn't get it. Let me see. Indigenous peoples of Amazon. Investigation. Well, that's annoying when you cannot see what you have to do, like on these guides here. So basically, I missed the investigation, even though I was there when he was making noise. I went straight in. That is a load of bullshit. If it's that, I don't even know if it's that. Because this guide is weird. Because like I said, I went in here, like I heard noise. I mean, the game even automatically like showed the damn thing here. The building. And I just went over here. I was like, wait. I even clicked the dude multiple times, but he's out cold now. Like knocked out. Like he was stalking. Like if I can actually find a good guy, that would be lovely. But the you know, good guides is a rare thing. Freaking auto saves though. That doesn't help me either. Mm, well, this video. Okay. I don't understand this. Like, is it in the... A distant silhouette. New material. I don't understand. So I missed it. Somehow. So that doesn't make any sense because I went in there after the noise. Wow. So that investigation? That is a load of bullshit. I'm sorry. That is a bug. Because... Okay, can I get out of here? This guy here... So basically, what happened is... I went... I investigated the other place first, of course, the other thing. I went to the middle of the place. I heard noises. Then I went in here. And I focused on this guy. I could interact with him, and that was it. According to the video, there's a cutscene. And that's where the investigation continues. So basically the game bugged out on me and I missed out on an investigation. So I have to load this chapter to get this full investigation after I finish the game. Because the game decided to, you know, screw me over. Somehow. I don't understand. Like, why is that a thing? Yeah. Oh, I hate that so much. So I missed out on that stuff. I mean, I know in the beginning of my stream, I mean, it didn't actually happen at the time. I know it happened yesterday. Like yesterday, when I quit, when I got out the the building, the jail thing, I guess you can call it. The noises happened, but then I quit out. Right there. But it saved like the save point was before I moved further. Because you know it said like the amount of seconds and minutes and stuff. Because you know the noises happen again anyway. Come on, that's so stupid. Also, time since last save, 14 minutes. That's because I was checking shenanigans over here. I guess. Hold up a second. I want to see something. But then again, it's... yeah, basically I have to load this chapter again. After we finish the game, just to get this one thing. I hate this so much when games bug out like that. It's saved here? That's such a weird save point. Yeah, this guy. I don't even know what this is called. Like, you cannot find any guide, like decent guides on this thing. That's the issue. You cannot find decent guides on this thing. Oh, I hate this so much. Freaking bugs. That's why I was like wondering, like, we didn't know about the, he tells about the priest. And see, here's the thing with chapters like auto saves and no loading, like manual save shenanigans, you cannot load previous things. And yeah, he's just knocked out because the game decided to do that. I cannot get this. So how do you get this after completing the game? Just you have to do the main stuff again to get further and listen to this dude or something? Oh. That's like yeah, nobody has issues with this though. Like nobody talks about this one. That's what I was missing basically. My 100% run ruined like on the first run because I have to load chapter it. And I wanted to have the article, you know? That's the whole point of this. I want to have all the articles. And the fact that you cannot get this, I couldn't even get it like after my save, I couldn't even get it. After I got out of the jail, I couldn't get it. And that's what it happened. That's what I should be able to get it. You cannot get it before. There's no way you can get it before because those dudes are not there at all. So is there like no way to get this otherwise? Besides like loading after the main game? I guess. Yeah, there's no way. Here's I cannot find a decent guide for this. Nobody makes stuff for this freaking thing. No, come on. Chapter 3. Mm, um, well, this is the... Wait, this is the wrong thing. Hold up a second. Let me look something up real quick. See if we can get it still or not. I don't think we can. I think we have to get it after, like, chapter, like, select shenanigans, which sucks. Uh, hmm. Okay, these guys talk about different things. Um, chapter 3. Nope, nobody talks about that one at all. About that issue that I had. Like, what is this called? Yeah, Indigenous Peoples of Amerzone. So, nobody is talking about this thing. And somehow I'm the only one having this issue. People are talking about other issues, though. Somehow, but not this one. I don't get it. What is this? What are these shenanigans? Uh, yeah, I'm trying to see if, maybe. Nope. Well, that sucks. That sucks very much. I cannot get this in this run. That should not be possible, by the way. As long as you're in the area exploring, you should still be able to get it. Especially like when I've been here before. I've been here before. Is the game stuttery or is it just me? Or is it just OBS being weird? Yeah, sorry about, the delay, but we had to check if we could still get it or not. But the fact that it's like all the videos I was checking in some videos, every video that people didn't go straight to the bar, most of them, and they still get that cutscene. I didn't. Fast traveling probably doesn't help. I wonder if hold up a second. I'm gonna restart. Maybe it will trigger something. Then again, I am in the wrong place though, to make it trigger. Because I triggered it twice before. Maybe that's the issue. Because it happens. Yeah, this game needs manual saving. Or just multiple autosaves. I'm sorry. I hate games that don't have an option to load different saves. I just don't like it. It ruins playthroughs when you want to get everything and you can't. When a game bugs out. It's interesting that the game saved when I checked the poster. You know? Yeah, we all checked that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we got everything except this guy's thing here. Confession. Yeah, that's the thing, that's his confession, which we didn't get. He just didn't, the game just didn't trigger the cutscene. When I got in here, he was just moaning on the table, I could click on him, and he just said some random things. That was it. That was the only things he said. Well, I guess we get out of here then. He still he it doesn't trigger, and you cannot go forward either. Like, this was also an investigation. You have to listen to them. I mean, that makes sense because, you know, when I hear conversation, I listen to it anyway. That didn't work out. So that was fine. It's interesting that it's like that autosave on the painting. It's such a weird thing. I guess it saves on it when you interact with an object or something. So we need to load chapter 1 to get the radio. We need to load chapter 3 for this investigation completion. Hopefully we don't need to do all the things anymore. Because if you have to go through the whole thing, I guess you have to. What if you go there? Can you just... I guess that was the thing he did. Just taking a peek. Also, another thing I want in these kind of games is like that you can...
This is Lieutenant Campos. Do you copy?
That you can load a chapter no matter when, like no matter what happens.
We can't know that for sure, but there's only one way to find out. Get back in the Jeep, Silva. We gotta get out there and find them.
But what about the intruder? What if he comes back?
Where's he gonna go? The river is rough. Now, come on.
Okay. So you can just explore. Still. Because they drew off. Now I wanna double checking. You never know with this game. I don't think it's happening, but yeah. Still knocked out. Damn it! Wake up! Can I smack the bottle in his face? I wonder how many people had this issue. You know, I guess do not quit out right after the jail. That is the issue, most likely. I just quit out after the jail, and that's when it happened. That's where the thing triggers, right after that. I mean, I'm guessing this is. Well, I guess. What is this? Oh, answer the disc. Okay. Nope, no trigger. After every objective update, I tried to check up on this thing. You know, because it saves. Like it triggers a new thing. Also, I guess the last radio message on this thing is after we go up, we leave. My guess. Airboat. I wonder how many versions there are. Not required. Oh yeah, we need to. We have fuel. We do have fuel. Good to me the dude had fuel on the Jeep. I think it was on the Jeep we found that one. Alright, let's see. Seems to be all the way in the back. Let's put these in there. I think that should be fine. Yep. Okay. Flood risk to cabin. What's that? Oh, that's the objective. Start the hydroflow. Grab not inactive. Another double check. Something is gonna happen, but nope. Dude's still knocked out. Well, shit. Wake up. Why is dude knocked out, you know? The fact that I could interact with him. You know? before that. Like after he made noise. Well, this is it's very open space. No radio. Alright, so use the throttle. This thing here. Oh. Chapter 4? We need a bucket of water to pour on his head. Yeah, exactly. Freaking hell. I blame the game on this one though. Not my lack of, not like skipping it or something, not finding it, like, you know. I went straight there to the location.
Lieutenant Campos, the intruder, he killed the old priest who lived at the fort. Then he attacked us. Must have blindsided me with some kind of Indian hoodoo. Barros is totally traumatized. The bastard has no pity. He took off, by the river, I'd say.
Copy that, Bernardus. Come back to the base with Barros. The intruder must be long gone by now. The jungle will take care of him for us. Over and out.
Okay. How many do we have? Well, then again. Rest. No, I don't want to do hints. Actually, what does it say? I just to use the thing. The folding bed. You know what's funny? When you click on this, it says explore the region. You cannot get it. Unless somehow you can. Somewhere. Oh yeah, that's the... How long does the time say now? Travel time. 3 hours 50. I love that is actually a real time. Stuff. Finish chapter 3. Going to cabin. got some obstacles. New entry has been added to the diary. Scare off the porcopotamuses. I mean, this is like a horn, but radio. I don't think there's much on radio. Well, that was interesting. How many things are in this chapter? Where is it? Oh, here. 2 radio messages. So there's like 2 radio messages in chapter 4, 1 and 5 and 1 and 6. There's not many left. And of course the one we missed in chapter 1. One more fast travel map, it seems. In chapter 5. Felt like the next chapter are shorter because it shows investigation materials. The amount. That's like much less. But then again, it probably is the main investigation, maybe. Not sure if it's part of the side stuff as well. Route goes up to Amerzone River from its delta to its falls that lead to the marshlands. Follow are 2 stops along the way. Puebla and home of Luis Angel. Well, that's the one we're at, I guess. I don't think there's anything new here. Looks the same. Anyway, let's use the horn. No. And use the wipers as well. For no reason at all. Amerzone Nature Reserve. I didn't. You cannot even see it if you don't. Use it through. Okay. Fuel level critical. Raise the river barrier. Fuel depleted, obstacle detected. Wilderness, danger. Services of an experienced guide are strongly recommended. Good race here. I had a diary thing. We don't read that diary now. Look at this. It's not marked as complete now. It's bullshit. The Amazon River. Let's see. What happened to Valambos's guide? Profession guide. I searched Blue Angel's cabins and discovered that he never stopped working as a guide in the wildest parts of the Amazonian jungle. Of all of Valambos's traveling companions in his 1930s expedition, it was Louis, the guide, who abandoned him in the middle of the jungle. That the old professor spoke of the least. I wonder what happened to him. How many things can we miss here? Because the game decides to goof off. Okay, so we can go over there and here. Goodbye. Alright, let's see. This is it. Disease is consuming my last remaining strength. How ironic it is that I will die at a ripe old age, considering that everyone, myself included, thought the bottle would take me well before my 60th year. When I finish this letter, I'll feed my little friend the sucker one last time and sit on the riverbank. Say goodbye before the Grim Reaper comes for me. Who knows, maybe he'll agree to sit down with me and have one last drink. And to you reading these pages, I apologize in advance for the sight of my wretched corpse. If you'd be so kind as to lay me in my final resting place, I have prepared everything for you outside. Grave is dug and cross carved. If you decide not to do it, it is no matter. The crocodiles will take care of me. If you wish to raise a glass in my memory, please go ahead. But I appreciate it if you left this note here. My old friend Alexander will come by soon, and I have some things to say to him on the next few pages. Alexandra, in my dying moments I can't help but think of our short expedition to the Amazonian jungle. You were completely obsessed by those damn white birds. I often wondered if things would have turned out differently if I'd never told you about them. The thought has kept me up at night more than once, believe me. And yet, despite all the pain you caused, I owe you. I owe you because I abandoned you to your fate in the middle of the jungle when I had given you my word that I would take you there to the Ovo Volajos village. You might not believe me, but these things are still important to me. That's why I've put aside some gas for your machine. As you requested in your letter, I had your disc as well and some distance from here. Further up the river, where it all began for you and her. I won't say any more. Alvarez and his men were looking for you and lying in wait. But Alexandra, your first expedition with Alvarez and the priest brought nothing but sadness and ruin. Remember? How will this one be any different? New material. Lewis believed he owned Valenbois after abandoning him in the middle of the jungle back in the 1930s. He tried to atone for this by putting aside enough fuel for the hydrofloat and hiding Valenbois' next backup disc somewhere at one of my future destinations. Oh, there's another thing here. Country under lock and key. The posthumous letter left by the Lewis Valenbois' guide in the 1930s claimed that the dictator Antonio Alvarez was expecting Valenbois' return to the Amerzone and would do everything in his power to stop him. Oh, that's the other one. Okay. Region map. Shows my next destination. The Overvalaus village, where Valenbois stole the egg more than 70 years ago. Deviating from the route seems like a bad idea. I mean, probably. What a mess. Yeah, that's gonna work. Now, how do I get that? Okay, so there's like no back of the hut. I wouldn't trust those bugs. Wanted poster. February 27, 1998. We lost contact with the 33rd Unit of the River Brigade from the Puebla garrison, led by Lieutenant Alfonso Tavares. Unit 33 became stranded in the region following a distress call from a ship stuck in a wild stretch of the Amazon River. Any information related to the location of Lieutenant Tavares and his 7 men will be rewarded with a sum of up to $5,000. Lieutenant Tavares and his men are considered deserters. Soldier Tavares. Wanted poster. Wanted poster in the middle of the Amazonian jungle revealed that the entire unit of the local military garrison had been reported missing. The 34th, led by one Lieutenant Alfonso Tavares. The name of a local soldier attracted my attention as I was traveling up the Amazon River. Tavares. His fate seems closely tied to his region, true natural reserve of the country, which only serves to heighten my curiosity. What does it say on this one? Okay, we can go up there, over here. Notice. Experience guide. Good rates. Any others? Letter from Valamois. My dear Lewis, as mentioned in my previous letter, in this parcel you will find a hydro flows backup disk. If everything goes to plan, I should arrive in Amerzone in a few months' time. Please hide this disk in the meantime. I don't rate our chances if Alvarez's henchmen get their hands on it. Thank you again for agreeing to help me. Take care. Strange note. I saw her again tonight, as if in a dream. Snake? Oh, look, fuel. Note addressed to Valamois. To repay my debt, Alexander, but maybe this time it will be you who turns back. Jerrycan. It's been conscientiously filled. Note is right. Oh yeah, that's the note. Notes of a missing person 1. Funds I obtained for my thesis have enabled me to realize my dream. I'm off on a long journey across Latin America. My preliminary research on the symbol of the serpent in the mythologies of this great continent is dense. Many populations have occupied the lands and built legends that have been passed down through centuries. Notwithstanding this diversity, there is one constant to be noted. The serpent is at the center of all the beliefs, and cosmogonies, one of the most important deities of the Toltec and Aztec pantheon, is this name I'm not gonna pronounce. The feathered serpent, also found in Mayan mythology under the name of Kukulkan. It is often depicted as a god with the body of a serpent covered in green feathers of a bird, representing the union of heaven and earth. Other divine figures are related to the serpent. He has the goddess, the serpent woman, goddess of the earth, heart protection, protector of pregnant women, goddess of childbirth, and patroness of women who have died in childbirth. Another is the Aztec goddess with a skirt of snakes, representing the earth in all its terrifying glory, the earth that covers us upon our death, that swallows the sun every night. The Aztec patroness of midwives, often depicted with a serpent and centipede entwined to her right, symbol of fertility. Before the feathered snake, the Maya had a vision serpent, which was a central deity. It linked the physical world and the spiritual world. Its body, the very image of the celestial vault. The gods traveled to descend to earth. The Tucano of Colombia associated land snakes, particularly the boa constrictor, with masculinity and aggressiveness, but also with dancing and the euphoria that it induces. In contrast, aquatic snakes such as the anaconda represented femininity, a maternal womb and everything associated with its destructive potential. For the Cutano, the Milky Way was the meeting of two serpents, the boa and the anaconda, the light and the dark. In many mythologies, the serpent is the creator of the universe, the serpent god. This one, this right here, made the earth and sky from the body of the master. All these names. I cannot pronounce these. And proven in cosmogony, this great serpent, Ilapa, liberated the world from darkness, and Mana, the serpent goddess, gave birth to everything in the universe. Going even further, the earth itself is often regarded as a huge serpent whose coils are the mountains and hills, and who holds the seas and lakes in the curves of its body. The serpent is both the creator of the world and the one who holds it in its place. It holds it in place. It may also be considered the guardian of time, the serpent which lives, dies, and revives at regular intervals, is an immortal, immutable figure. Among the many symbols surrounding the serpent, feminine fertility is one of the most common. Goddess of pregnant women and childbirth, protector of midwives, depicted together with an intertwined snake and centipede. The anaconda, which symbolizes the maternal womb. Many of these serpent deities are in fact goddesses, mothers of the earth, water, or sun. But the serpent is also seen as a destructive force. The sleeping serpent could inflict a deadly bite any second. While this god here, written, that I'm not going to pronounce, and the other serpent deities are the creators of various worlds. They are also their destroyers, and who's to say our world wouldn't disappear at any moment during one of the terrible battles between the gods. In Mapuche and Chilote mythology, Puchen is a metamorphic creature feared by local populations. He was often described as a huge flying serpent that made strange whistling noises. His gaze paralyzed his victims so he could drain their blood. He is often accused of sucking the blood of sheep. The creature could be exorcised by Machi, a Mapuche shaman. Furthermore, in Chilote mythology, the genesis of the Chilean archipelago was explained by the terrible battle between two gods in the form of giant sea serpents, Kaikaivilu and Tentenvilu, representing water and earth respectively. Complete half of the investigations. Well, we did that before. Blame the game because we didn't actually complete it before. Like fully. Oh, Figure of the Serpent. That's what we completed. The long-term investigation. In the Amazon jungle, I found the notes of a young researcher who was apparently obsessed with the significance of the serpent in South American cultures. Read article. Throughout my journey, I've found various scattered notes by young researchers following the thread of his scientific thoughts. His chosen subject, the figure of the serpent in certain South American beliefs and traditions. a highly specific subject which apparently lay at the heart of a young researcher's thesis. Made all the more fascinating by the way he'd written about it. Even the idea of trying to talk about such a complex subject makes me shudder. I hope my hypothetical readers will bear in mind that the following lines are merely subjective assessments of their amateur author, and not any claim to expertise on the subject. And now I've covered myself, I can continue. I'll start by pointing out that the researcher described the serpent as a complex and polysemic figure with the various South American cultures he was examining, with its symbolism varying greatly from one culture to another. It could have a negative or even destructive character, like this Ophidian statuette and bringer of misfortune that the young researcher had tracked to the shipwreck island. But beyond the folklore, the figure of the serpent in the cultures study often seems less Manichean than elsewhere. In its physical incarnation, the serpent as a living creature was a being with whom it was possible to communicate, subject to certain ancestral knowledge. But above all, it is the idea of the serpent as a link between physical world and spirit world that has stuck in my mind, as well as the fact that it can be a symbol of fertility and a certain cyclical vision of life and death, a vision which reminds me of the legend of the great white birds of the Amazon, the belief of the Ovalajos tribe in a never-ending cycle of eggs that bore a whole generation, destined to restore the vitality of the whole region. That's another long-term thing done. Found elsewhere. Okay. What's this one? Also found elsewhere. Wait. Nope. Oh yeah, that's a jerry can. A book we cannot use. Box. Letter from disappointed customers. January 98, Mr. Angel, following up on your previous letter, we wanted to express our deep dissatisfaction. Such a last-minute reversal on your part struck us as quite inconsiderate. We invested considerable resources in planning this safari in the heart of the Amerzone, if only to obtain a visa in this context of border closures, and we were looking forward to tracking the famous Rhinopotamus alongside a distinguished descendant of the Ovalajos tradition like yourself. We pride ourselves on having hunted all the rare game the 5 continents have to offer, while adopting indigenous techniques whenever appropriate. Your commitment to introducing us to the blowpipe hunting method typical of your ancestors has had a significant impact on our planning, which is now rendered obsolete. We take note of this. What other choice do we have? And we will proceed without you for the safari. Needless to say, we will not be recommending your services, and we expect the reimbursement of our generous deposit at your earliest convenience. We await its receipt. Robert and Cora Aldrich. They were not satisfied. Got some money, a wad of bills, dollars. They've been used in Amerzone ever since the free trade agreement was signed. Give me my money. I cannot take it with me. Aldrich. Letter of complaint. Judging by a letter I found in Louis Angel's home, he had recently turned down a request from Cora and Robert Aldrich, a wealthy couple. They're big game enthusiasts who wanted to have their next safari in Amerzone. As I explored the wilder parts of the Amazon River, there were signs that led me to believe I wasn't the only foreigner to adventure so deep into the jungle. I'd like to find out more. I'm guessing we will find more bits further ahead, because this part cannot be it. This cannot be just this chapter, right? This location here. Because there's like way more. Let's go up. Someone buried him, it seems. The hell is that? It's going towards the hut. Gotta check that out. Where is he's going? New material relevant to what happened to the guide. Okay. Well, he died. Grave epitaph. It seems that Louis' love of rum was fatal. Someone must have found his body and kindly buried him. Would you kindly? See, is there actually gonna be more? Where is this? Where did the animal go? Oh, it's under the cabinet. I guess we got a pet. A bug shooter. No, well, not shooter. Bug exterminator. Aim. What are we doing? Like, what are we trying to do? Ah, this. Nice. We got some pliers. Useful for loosening small items. Yeah, this cannot be the whole chapter, this area, because they have more investigations and there's not much to explore around here. There's like another part. Continue up the river. Oh. I have fuel. We need to get the fuel. Amerzone Falls. Destination marshlands. Okay, there was no radio message, right? No. It shows red. Well, off we go. More obstacles. Because of course. Fend off the tricorn buffaloes.
I don't know where I am. Robert, where are you? I can't find the cabin. The battery's almost dead. What? It's so dark. What time is it? Where are you? I'm so afraid. Robert, help me, please. Oh dear Lord, what was that? Rob? Rob?
That's the second radio message we gotten. That was tied to an investigation, by the way. Aldrich. The stress call. Managed to catch part of a radio message using the Hyderfield's radio. Call for help from a woman who had become separated from her husband, Robert, and got lost in the jungle. So we have to fend off. Is there anything we can interact with or check in this open space? No. As the wipers. Oh. Well, that's not good. Oh, we're going a different direction now. Get up the river using the grapnel. You got both messages, like radio messages. I think one at the start and the one we just got now. Problem detected. Engine damaged. Well, shit. How dare you destroy my engine? I mean, honking at them was not really the best idea, but you know. But how do I activate this thing? Okay, now it activates. Okay. I'm like wondering. I went flying. That thing is powerful. Question mark? Please return to set whatever this is. I mean, we're off course. Oh, we hooked on one of those animals. I think it's a good idea to, you know, unhook the thing. Maybe. Manual unhooking. I mean, of course. Lady Aldrich. This is a sailboat. Abandoned sailboat. While traveling up the Amazon River, I came across a luxury sailboat called the Lady Aldrich. Looks as though it has been abandoned for some time. This dude had a sailboat. Now the question is, okay, that's where I need to go probably. Because the hook is going that way. I want to explore here. Were we supposed to do that? Nope. But that's, you know, how we got forward. Also, there's like a lot of things here. There's like a... Let's check this hut first. Formal warning. I warned you already, if a guy comes and asks you to guide him on the wild side of the river, you say no. You don't have a license. Stop acting as a guide. Next time I see you at it, I'll arrest you for racketeering. Tavares. Oh, damn. What the fuck? Painting? This seems to depict the required step in a crafting process. Yeah. It's all the same. Do we need to make something? By the looks of it? Yeah. Well, shit. I don't know what we have to make, but... And why? A blowpipe. Handmade, probably by the overblast pipe. Just need to insert the dart. What has man? Also, welcome back, Raz. With a shiny new platinum in your Steam library. What did you complete? What spike? Nice and straight, but not very balanced. Naturally pointy. Vessel. Handy for running and mixing. As all the things are over here. Collector. Contains traces of dried liquid. Looks like it's designed to collect something. Just need to figure out what. Exactly. You're collecting things. Oh, nice! You fully completed Claire Obscure. Nice. Now you can move on. Not sure what we're supposed to make here, but we need to do something here. What do we get here? Soldier. Okay, we have some more info on the soldier. Found a formal warning drawn up against Luis by a zealous officer by the Amazonian army, Lieutenant Tavares. He was barely disinclined to turn a blind eye to the old grifter's petty trades. Well, you weren't here, Raz, earlier, but the game decided to bug out on me. And our 100% run is ruined. See that? See this here? On the left? We're missing... like... There was supposed to be a cutscene happening. With the drunken guy in the bar. And it didn't happen. I went to the bar the first time I heard noise. And the dude was like, he was talking gibberish. But there was no cutscene. I just interacted with him, I clicked on him. That was okay, just dialogue and stuff. Turns out there was supposed to be a cutscene just before that, which didn't happen. And that's the investigation, the last part. For this one. And we didn't get it. I mean, you can load chapters afterwards to clear out the investigation, but still, I wanted to get every investigation done in like one run. But the game decided to ruin it. No, you cannot load previous save. You cannot reload the chapter either. I mean, I would have... Well, reloading chapter I wouldn't have done. Because I was like that far already into the chapter, you know? I was like at the end of the chapter. So I was like reloading... I mean, even if I could, I would have had to... You know... do all the things again. But yeah, like when you finish the game, you can load a chapter again. From what I heard. But it just annoys me. that kind of stuff. Lady Aldrich. I guess we cannot check it out. We cannot check out the boat. But we can get up from here. A ring? Old and valuable. The letter A is engraved on it. In a cabin which seems to have been used as a refuge, I found expedition equipment and items suggesting it was recently occupied, including an exquisite some I don't know how to pronounce that ring, embossed with the letter A, an initial perhaps, probably Aldrich or something. We need one more thing for this, one more thing for that. Actually, one for each of these. Is found elsewhere. This is also found elsewhere. So there's no long-term investigation in this area anymore. We finished this one earlier. This article. Empty bottle. The same as the one in Lewis's cabin. He must have come here a lot. Investigation complete. Alright. Valen was his former guide. In addition to this cabin on the banks of the Amerzone River, Louis also seemed to be using another one downstream. It looks more indigenous in style and was likely once used by Overvalau's hunters passing through and for a drink or two during off-season periods. Read article. Louis played a key role in Alexander Valen expedition in Amerzone in the 1930s. He was the first to tell him the legend of the great white birds, which the scientist would become obsessed with for the rest of his life. Angel was also the one who abandoned Valen in the middle of the jungle, inadvertently leading the explorer to meet with the Overvalau's tribe and Yucumani. It seems Valen didn't hold his trail against Louis. Either that or his dogged determination to return to Amerzone was stronger than his resentment. Either way, Louis, like the fisherman on Shipwreck Island and Father Mikausi, was entrusted to receive one of Valen's backup discs for the hydrofloat. Discs were designed to be used in the event he had a problem with one of the ones he had planned to copy at the lighthouse, and given that is exactly what happened, is a good thing he did. Despite the decades that had passed since their last encounter, Louis agreed to help Valen. Seems he felt guilty for abandoning Valen the way he had, and he had therefore owed him. He confirmed that he had hidden the disc somewhere downriver, at a destination which I don't think I've reached yet. He also took the time to put aside some fuel for the hydrofloat. I used The past tense deliberately here. I discovered that Louis recently passed away. His old age, coupled with his seemingly difficult living conditions and unwavering passion for rum, seems to have finally got the better of him. Still, I like to think it was at least a peaceful end. Louis had his demons, but he died beside the river, where he'd spent his whole life, occasionally accompanying the odd explorer as a rich tourist in search of thrills when money was tight. For his part, Louis died peacefully. So I'm guessing we got everything in the hut. So we can go over there and over here. Has to go. Okay. You gotta check all the corners. Plus we can make stuff. Like do stuff. What is wildflower. One Voices Journal calls it a bullow. The snoring animal over here. I'm gonna go pee first. I need to go pee. So I'm back. I'm gonna be back in a minute. All right, we're back. What's the time? I don't know how long this chapter is still. To be honest. And the flower. So we got like all these things here we collected in that hut. I was like, there was something you can like interact with. I'm guessing that's something we need. I don't know for what. But yeah, we need to get out of here. Like the grapnel is stuck. And we're trying to find it basically. Well, I know where it actually is, but we're just exploring a bit. What's that? Spike. Collector. Oh, collector. I don't even know why we're doing this, by the way. Sticky sap. Very sticky. Yeah, I don't know why we're doing this. I guess we need to... Maybe that's like a healing thing. Something like to heal something. I feel like. Knowing all these things we're doing here. Maybe the animal is hurt by the grapnel. And that's what we're like collecting. I'm just doing stuff before we even need it. But like before I even know I need it. Just like any adventure game, you know. That's the hut. And that's the... That's our boat. Has to be it, right? I mean... This chapter is interesting because we're going to multiple locations. We had like one location before where the guide was, and we go further and we're stuck here. Trying to find the disc. I don't even know where the hell this guy put the disc. You know? Yeah. See that? We heard it. We heard the rhino. With the grapnel. And we got knocked out. Love the music. Find a way to release the ground. Kapak. Kapow. The skin is very tough, but the flesh inside seems surprisingly soft. Whatever this thing is. So, I wonder though, our next investigations here, I'm guessing these two we'll find afterwards. Spike, what do we have here? Okay, so let's check what this is. So we collected the sap. Just machete in the thingy. It's like steps. Let's put that there. Let's put that there. Flour. And I'll use the pestle. Here's a machete. Cut that open. And what is this? Cotton. That's cotton. Dense and malleable. Malleable. Wait, what? That thing has cotton in it? What the fuck? Oh yeah, the spike, that's probably it. Let's put the... What is this for? No! And there we go. I have to put the thing first. Handmade dart. Should be able to make this into a tranquilizer dart. Or we're making a tranquilizer dart. Very straight and balanced. Huh. Hypodermic dart. Powerful enough to momentarily knock out the target. Okay. And now put the blowpipe over here. And the darts. Loaded blowpipe. Nice. Ready to use. Oh, well, this wasn't a difficult puzzle. I mean, when I saw it, I was like, wait, this is confusing. And I don't know what to do here. But then once we found like certain bits and pieces and the rhino, I was like, okay, we need to find things and then use, like check the pictures and use all this together. To get further. Do you put the rhino to sleep? Yes. Basically. And do you know, like another like a hint that is actually putting them to sleep is this animal sleeping in the flowers. We use those flowers to make a tranquilizer dart. This animal just snapping between the flowers. Probably because of the flowers. And now we can remove the thing. Because before, he just, you know, knocked us back. Every time. Yeah, it must be like one hell of a tranquilizer. Continue upriver with the help of the grapnel. Okay. I'm guessing we got everything. I sure hope we do. I didn't find anything else, so. I mean, we haven't found a disc yet. I'm guessing the disc is gonna be in the next part. No radio message. Alright. Let's see, what does it show here? Grapnel active. I still wonder if you can find things on the way in between. This must be a strong thing. What is that noise? Did that animal come with us the whole thing? Is he in that one? Well, that's what I was hearing the whole time. He came with us. How did he even get in there? Also, do we actually need that? Do we need this pet? I mean, we found this pet before. Like we used it to get the thingy. Can we get out of this? No. There's no way out. So wait a minute. Oh, there is. There was like a hook on that side. And there was a hook on that side too. I saw it. Have we knocked down something or something like with this hook? Maybe this tree? What's over here? Nothing. Okay. Maybe that one will work on you to help you sleep. Yeah, I think we have to get up here, but we have to use the grapnel to knock down the tree. Because we saw, like I saw a hook icon. See, because he cannot climb up. Like I saw like a hook on the other side too. When we got in here. See that? On that. There. I'm not sure. What that's gonna lead me to. But I wanna go up here first. Plus we need the damn thing anyway, the hydrofloat. To get further. Just roaming the jungle, you know. Reasons. Now what is that? I need something here. Bees! That's why we need the pet, I think. You actually do need the pet. That's actually the, like, people can get stuck on this if they don't find the thing. The pet. Because that thing was in one of the cabinets. Piece of honeycomb. Dripping with honey. Yum. So why do we need this? I think we skipped a like a thing. I think we need it for this. So we can use the hook or something. Yeah, see, the animals are gone now. Well, going towards the thing. So I'm guessing we couldn't use the hook with the animals there. Interesting. Yeah, you can actually get stuck here if you don't actually check out those things. I heard noise. I was like, I heard noise the whole time anyway. During our trip. Like after we got that pet. I was like wondering where it was. Like, like thinking like, did it actually come along with us? And I was in the freaking thing there. Oh shit. Military cap. Worn by Amerzonian officers. Good thing I checked this. There's no... Oh, here. A. Tavares, the owner of the cap, and the bones next to it. Investigation complete. So... How did he die? So we need one more thing for, like, Aldrich. I found a military cap left by the Amerzone River in the middle of what looked like human remains. It was stamped A. Tavares. Read article. Amerzone Army officer Lieutenant Alfonso Tavares officially leads the 34th unit of the local river brigade. Officially because he and all his men have recently been declared deserters. And judging by the stagnation of the country under Antonio Alvarez's dictatorship, it's hardly surprising that there have been mass deserters from the heart of his regular army. It is an encouraging sign, another one of the current fragility and erosion of the regime. The case that interests us here, however, seems more complex. Firstly, because Lieutenant Tavares does not fit the profile of a deserter. On the contrary, he seemed to take his duty very too seriously, as demonstrated by the written warning I found sanctioning the clandestine tourist trips that Lewis organized in the area. Secondly, because the simultaneous desertion of an entire army section seems unlikely. Speculation, yes, but the fact that I found Lieutenant Tavares' cap in the depths of the jungle, close to what looked like human remains, points instead to an accidental death. Perhaps due to an accident that happened during the last known operation of the group of soldiers. We are not looking at a mass desertion, therefore, but a state crime. One of a regime which drives its own troops to their deaths by sending them insufficiently prepared into hostile zones before accusing them of desertion. A convenient dishonor, which notably allows for the families not to be compensated, an old favorite among many states around the world. A way to murder their victims a second time. So we completed an article investigation about Lieutenant Tavares and the guide. And now we need to finish the Aldrich investigation. Which God knows where that is. Probably in the next part. I mean, we need the disc. Oh, okay. But then again, The engine is broken. You know, do we need the disc? I don't think we even had the disc. Did we before? Nah, he said he hit the disc before, like this dude. Yeah, I don't know. I think they said something about it. And I guess our pet's gone. No more pet. I don't hear the noise anymore, so. There's a boat here. Oh look, our pet. Oh shit. Now I wonder if we actually finished the chapter. Or not. And missed out the Aldrich thing. We probably did. I don't even know where it would be. Yep, we missed it. Somehow. Where would that be though? I checked everything. Hold up a second. Now I need to know. Chapter 4. Aldrich. We got the complaint letter. The stress call we got. Abandoned sailboat we got. A broken chain. Wow, there was a thing on the floor? Well, shit. You cannot go back anymore. That's the sad part. Even if we quit out, I think even if it loads back in the previous chapter, we cannot go back to where the hut was because it was where the hut was. We actually thought like we actually missed that one. That was not the game's fault. That's just we missed it. I thought it was going to be further ahead or something. I guess not. So we have to load this chapter 2 to get that one done. The Aldrich thing. That was like I usually use the Alt key to show icons on the thing. I never noticed that near the hut. But then again, there was so many icons, maybe I just didn't notice it. Ah, that sucks. That sucks. That one thing on the floor. Where are we actually going now? Amerzone Falls. Ruined? We missed it. I don't think this thing is gonna work much anymore. Like, everything is damaged. So this should be chapter 5, I think. Yeah. So there's three chapters left. Plus it is a good place to stop too. Please insert disc. Engine damage. Let's listen to this first.
Manska. Locolo. Chico.
Well, that was it then. Nothing new on these things. I got a blow dart in there. Explore the area. I'm so mad right now. We missed like 2 things. Well, we missed 1 thing. And this one is just bugged. Freaking chain on the floor. Well, we didn't miss any of the long-term stuff though. As far as I know. The long-term stuff is still like intact. Not much investigation stuff here. That stings, it does. I mean, we had to load stuff anyway, chapters, because of that one bugged thing that it didn't happen, that cutscene that didn't show up. But it still stings, like you say, because I missed one thing, you know? Because I had the one thing I didn't see. I was doing like a good... I was doing so well, too. Like with all the things. I mean, look at this. How many I completed as well, like in the whole thing. Like 4 chapters. Out of 7. I don't know how the other chapters are gonna be. I'm guessing the other chapters are gonna be less stuff. Investigations, maybe. But I feel like there's gonna be less. Towards the finale. I'm not sure if we're gonna do that on stream though. Should we do that, like the investigation? I kinda wanna do it on stream because, you know, so everything is found and read out, like the articles, because I'm reading out the articles and all that stuff, you know? I kinda wanna do that on stream after we finish the game, like, you know, after. I'm not sure how long this game still takes, to be honest. Like, we've done 4 chapters now. Yeah. And there's 3 more. How much do we have percentage-wise? 75%. I think we started at 48% today. So yeah, we might actually finish it tomorrow. Like if we done a bit over 25%, 27 I mean. Today. Otherwise, there's a possibility we can finish it tomorrow. I think we've done, every stream has been around 25%. We've finished of the game. I noticed. I'm actually glad we finished the chapter today as well. Because I wasn't sure how much there was left of the chapter. Then I saw, okay, there has to be close to finishing the chapter. Yeah. We did finish it. Anyway, let's end it here though. I'm not sure, like I said, what we're gonna do after the game finished. If we should go clear the investigations after on stream or not. I think I might, you know, to finish the full playthrough, you know, of all the investigations. I don't think there's gonna be a different ending anyway. If you as like one ending, doesn't really matter how many investigations. It's just an extra thing for information and what's happening in the game. Yeah, like I said, let's end it here. Let's go find someone to raid, do our outro and all that stuff. So do stick around for that. Yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out for Amerzone. I'll be back tomorrow with more of this. I'm excited to play more. Yeah, I'm out for this one. And I'll catch you all in the next one.